All right, welcome back, everybody, for episode 7 of our UnKerbaled start. Kaio, I hope all is well. And, veterans, happy Veterans Day. Thank you for all my fellow veterans out there who have served. Right, and if you guys know of any veterans, right, or anybody that's currently on active duty, let them have a good day, right? Don't just buy them a beer, right? Buy them dinner. I guess most people, unless you've ever been in the military, you have no idea how much you actually give up. But anyway, yes. So, yep. Take care of your veterans. Okay, so we are... Oh, yeah.
Oops, I did it again.
I've added a couple more mods because they have some specific parts that I want, right? So I've added in SXT, which is SXT continued to be more specific, right? As Linux has taken it over, right? Which is a stock-alike extended, which gives you more aircraft parts, right? And pontoons. You actually get parts to make actual floating pontoons to make it easier to make you know, seaplanes or, you know, helicopters or even boats to some extent. As we do want to start doing, we will be doing manual recovery at some point, and that's going to help out significantly. It also has one of my favorite cockpits in the game, right, for making utility planes and or bush planes to be able to land in crazy environments, right? You know, landing on, you know, really steep on the side of a mountain. It's an awesome cockpit. And it also has like passengers, so you can use it very easily for your starting an airline contract. I also installed QuizTech's Aero continued, which Linux has also taken over because it actually is the only part mod that I know of outside of MGB's Buffalo 2, but they on Buffalo 2 they're included as part of another part, right? So the only ones that are standalone, and that is air breathing RCS. Right, as I have a feeling that's going to help out significantly with our control of our helicopter. Oh, I did not want to go there. I want to go to the tech tree first, because I don't know. I don't remember where they slot in. Oh, also this thing. Last night that we had an issue where any solar panel was going borked. Yeah, the game just needed a restart. So it's not like a permanent bug. It's just a glitch. Scratchy, scratchy. Oh, and my co-pilot is actually joining me today. So she is down there. Oh, you can't really see her, but she is right. Well, you can see her paw sticking out, her leg sticking out. But she's in there. See? There she is. But that is Delta V. Ah, good girl. Yes. Oh, I forgot that it adds in all these little engines too. Like early sounding rocket stuff. the Probodobodine don't stay Putnik. I like that Communitronsky. 518 grand, 48 grand to unlock these, even though some of them may never use. I'm gonna go ahead and pay for it. Let's go and unlock it. Damn, there's a whole bunch of stuff in here we never unlocked. I forgot about all the stuff up front that we never unlocked. I'm not gonna pay for that just yet, because, yep. Yeah, these other parts don't work anymore. Whatever these other this is another mod that was it's part of SXT that was also supposed to kind of mimic the trucks driving around in the background, except these parts really don't work anymore. All right, don't need that. Yeah, we have some more engines in here. Some of these are a different take on some of the same motors that Airplane Plus are based on. All right, I'm gonna unlock those. I forgot about some of these parts. Yeah, see, yeah, the floats. Little seaplane floats and whatnot. Yep, this cockpit, the Clyde cockpit. I like the Clyde a lot. The Condor is pretty cool too, but the Clyde cockpit's one of my favorites. Hey, where'd our money go? We just had 500 grand. Where'd it go? Oh, did I unlock all of this that I didn't want? No. Did I unlock some things I didn't want? Well, these are all from Grounded. Did I just spend a bunch of money that I didn't want to? By accident? Did I unlock a whole bunch of shit that I didn't want to? Oh, I must have... Maki, yeah.
Get over it. It's what I felt like doing. Suck it up.
Coyote, well, the first 6 are all up on YouTube. So anybody that is missing, Maki, I might do it later this evening. I might do some later this evening. Maki, no, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do another 12-hour stream in a broken chair. That literally killed my flipping back. Yeah, that like tore my back apart, dude. It probably wasn't smart to do a 12-hour stream in a broken chair. Cause yeah, ugh. A 12-hour stream in a good chair isn't that smart? Yeah, that's true. And in a broken-ass chair, yeah. Man, I was not feeling well the next day with my back. And that was part of the reason why I was getting so frustrated there towards the end of that stream. My back was hurting, my neck was hurting. You know, I was getting attacked left and right by mosquitoes. And then the game, the game wasn't working for me, and I just like, I hate it. Oh, that's what I was gonna do, Kaio. For you and or for anybody else. Yeah, so the first 6 episodes are up on YouTube. And actually, I didn't need to do that. I could have just done this. But yes, the if you go to playlists and go to the UnKerbaled start career. Yep, you'll see at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They're all up there. I even did custom thumbnails. Right, because I don't like the thumbnails that they grab by automatically. You know, so the custom thumbnails, you know, better get a little bit more attention than others. But so, J-Speed, I was just saying,
Oops, I did it again.
I added in a couple more mods. QuizTech Arrow continued, and SXT continued. I just swore I added something else. Hold on, now I gotta pull up the mod list and take a look. Because I updated the actual mod list. I have not put in a new game data folder. I haven't done that part yet, because it takes quite a while. It takes over an hour. That's War, welcome back. Look, a streak. Almost out of fingers and toes, though. Well, Natswar, you got one more dangling appendage. Oh, there's SXT continued. All right, I already said that one. QuizTech Arrow continued. Yep, there it is. Oh, that is it. Okay, that is it. Yeah, because they have specific parts that I want. Come here. Hey, come here. You want to say hi? Come here. Come here. No? Okay. Delta's looking she wants to go take a nap. She wants me to go take a nap with her. And obviously that's not happening. Even though I am certain there would be somebody on Twitch that would watch that shit. Like, I do not understand the, like, hey, watch me sleep streams. That is just creepy as shit. Why would you do that? That's just weird. Okay, and I spent a whole bunch of money right now by accident. Unlocking stuff I really didn't want to do. Okay, so we have well, what's worse is, I mean, I'm not sure what I'm like more like surprised by. The fact that people do it, or by the fact that people will pay to watch it. I'm not sure which is worse. Well, I have no idea, dude. I no clue. That's more. There are many people on Twitch that we can be glad live far away from the rest of us. What's going on, Warla? How you been, man? Okay, so last night we were having an issue with solar panels. Any solar panel that I selected, as soon as I right-clicked on it, all the part action windows would break. But a restart of Kerbal has fixed it. That's literally all it needed was a restart. See, product action windows. Oh, this is the other version. I forgot. I didn't save because when these broke, I didn't want to save because shit can become permanent. All right, so we have a contract for some additional science from low space and high space around Kerbin, which includes the using a science junior. We need a material study for low space and high space, so we need to launch with 2 of them. And this is going to need power. All right, and we have a contract to put something into orbit and then bring it back safely. So we have our SRU on board, which is our science return unit. And I always assign my solar panels to the light key. That way all I have to do is hit the light key and all your solar panels come out at once. Yeah, there is no KSP2. And there never really was. For the full story on that, Shadow Zone has a little mini documentary on the development of KSP2, but it was doomed to fail before they even started working on it. No worries. Well, I was out of loop for several years too on this for Kerbal. It's taken me a while to get back to it because of what happened, you know, with the game that must not be named, right? Because we all had, you know, such high expectations, right, and hope for it, right, and you know, sending positive feelings only to be absolutely shit on. Right, so just to be clear, it's not even a matter because they sold the rights to KSP, right, which includes both 1 and 2, right, to some Chinese investment firm. There's no fixing KSP2. And just so you're aware, they would literally have to start over. But more on the plus side, KSP1 mods
are insane.
To give you a hint here, if we pop here. You're not going to believe these are KSP1. Yep, the plane. Did you miss the plane? this was me testing this install with one of the many other planes I've designed. But the clouds, the textures, the rainstorms, the lightning, you know, the sunset, sunrises, what it looks like from space, the screen space reflections. I mean, look at this. Look at this. This is insane. Like, and from space, they look just as good. Yeah, you know, the different cloud formations that I've seen. You know, actually flying in the rain, you actually can hear it in the cockpit. You know, all the rain, you know, off the canopy. As I said, the sunrises and sunsets are outstanding. And this is all real, I mean, not real, this is all Kerbal scale. I deleted them by accident, but I am building out a 1/4 real scale with many more mods than this install has. But like, I mean, just this is just bonkers. Yeah, and you can see the rain streaking down the canopy and all of it, man. Like, just flying around in airplanes, and you're just like, dude, this is just bonkers. Like, hard to believe that it's KSP1. Right, and you ought to see it in 1/4 real scale. 1/4 real scale is even more outstanding. Oh, and I actually have pontoons now with SXT. This is one of the reasons for installing SXT is for proper floats. So I don't have to do these ginormous, you know, fuel tank pods. Oh, and Jada Mar gave me a patch to fix these textures for these parts. Apparently the stock textures that Airplane Plus grabs for these, Squad moved them in one of the 1.12 updates. So a simple config fix to redirect the path fixes it. But like, I mean, as you can see, I mean, so many screenshots, you know, and this is episode 7 of this playthrough. I mean, it's just like, damn. So Anno 117, have you been playing it, or? Yeah, I did another long-range science plane with 6 engines. I don't know how I feel about it, but it was what I needed to be able to get to the poles. Yeah, and this is, I had to take a screenshot. This is where I came up over that hill, and all you see is the whole KSC laid out in front of you. You know, and then, yeah, we started working on this thing yesterday. It releases tomorrow night, Warla? Yeah, and that's what, yeah, it's incredible. Well, the thing is, they're both working on KSA now. Warla, oh, do you know about KSA? Kitten Space Agency? Okay, you do, okay. So most of the squad, the original squad dev team is working on KSA. Yeah, but Rocketworks hired on BlackRock, who did all these clouds and the water, and Lynx Games Lynx, who's the one that did all the parallax textures. They're the ones that are doing all that for KSA. plus even Harvester, right? Philippe Falange, who came up with KSP, is working on KSA. Right, JPL Repo, they did, like, if you there's a whole bunch of names that you would recognize if you jump in the KSA Discord that are working on that are from Kerbal 1 working on KSA. So KSA is the true spiritual successor to Kerbal Space Program 1. And they're supposed to be doing a public alpha release here soon for KSA. Even though it won't have an editor, there's going to be a lot of things. It's going to be like very minimalistic, more or less. You can basically just to jump in and look at, kind of the way Star Citizen was for a long time. All right, is anything else required on our science vehicle here? Yeah, I have high hope that, and they're using they're not doing a traditional game engine of any type for KSA. They're using something called Brutal, which is more or less like a framework where they can kind of basically design different modules and just slide them in, right, with whatever they need for that specific game. All right, so now we can start working on a launch vehicle for this, as this is going to require a 1.875 meter launch vehicle. And this launch will complete several contracts at once. All right, now we need... I have something better than that yet. Sorta, yeah, let's do it. Let's go with this. I was using a service module, but it's kind of a pain in the butt. I'm gonna do it this way. I was using this service module, but I think I'm gonna use this service bay instead. That's still going to allow me to be able to add in a probe core without making a stressed member of the vehicle. And I may have easier access to it. Need to raise that up. All right, and I'm going to increase the flow priority of this battery so that it consumes this battery first before touching the battery on the payload. While it's still connected anyway. Alright, close that up. Now we go to our fairing. We need the 1.875 meter expanded. Open that up. Bring that up to a reasonable level. Add an additional segment to the fairing. Let that deploy at 60 kilometers altitude. Find those. All right, now we need our fuel tanks, which we're kind of limited on what fuel tanks we have. All right, but we're gonna make it a kind of a short and stubby upper stage because we still don't really have very good engines yet. Right, I think we're gonna have to go with a trifecta space lease. Yeah, I need the engine plate. Big eye tags. Put a half scale on those. This is gonna be our RCS mass. All right, go to 3-horn. All right, now we need some RCS tanks. This is more RCS fuel than it'll ever need, but... We can make them smaller, though. How much do they hold in? 0.9? Let's make them hold 1 unit at least. That's 7.5 there. We're going to have 1.5 units each. I'm a stickler for the details. I like all the details. All right, comms. Gotta be able to communicate. Gotta be able to shoot, move, and communicate. In this case, just move and communicate. All right, so there is our upper stage. And the number of times I've sitting on man probes, the comms. Yes. We also need to launch up a geostationary or geostationary comm satellite. Doesn't have to be a communication satellite, just a geostationary for a contract. But I do want to make a put it over the top of the KSC as a comsat, our first comsat. Because we're gonna need that up there for later use for sure. I'm not gonna do a full comm network yet, but it'll just get the one up over the KSC because it fills a lot of gaps, right? From when the KSC goes below the horizon when you're accelerating, like say for example towards Moon or Minmus, and you lose comms. Where if you have a geostationary satellite that's so far out, you can still maintain comms, you know, for the entire burn process, without the need of a whole network yet, because you'll end up replacing the network very early, very quickly. Yeah, I haven't used remote tech in a while, because a lot of that stuff is built in now, as you've stated. Yeah, so this rocket is going to go backwards. We're going to get narrower as we come down. I need to do this, though. As I'm going to rely pretty heavily on SRBs. Plus, I really don't think we're going to need that much fuel in this stage. That payload doesn't weigh much. And again, it's not like we have very good engines yet. Yeah, the Valiant here is probably our most powerful engine. Or the Robin. The Robin is actually really powerful. Holy crap. Like, wickedly more powerful. Holy cow. Like, almost like I'm not sure I want to use that engine because it might be out of balance more powerful. See what I mean? Look at that launch thrust away. On just one of these. Yeah, we'll save the Robin for later. You'll see what I'm doing here in a second. Just makes for a better looking launch vehicle. said aesthetics are important. And we may end up using this launch vehicle again. At least for a little bit. Jade, you're on your tablet and at the home gym. Happy Veterinarian's Day. I hope you trip and fall on your treadmill and splat against the back wall like a cartoon. All these flip around by different buttons. Be enough to get us to high space and orbit. It should. Should. Keyword there. Should. All right, once again, if anybody does not remember or does not know, the reason I always attach the boosters this way, with the decoupler near the top and then a strut near the bottom, is a decoupler force will push them out into the slipstream, right, and give these a high angle of attack relative to the rocket, and so the slipstream will pull the boosters away. You get a much cleaner, much better looking booster separation. Dave Plays, what's up, buddy? How you doing today? Yeah, it's 12:25 here today. You got what you came for? Dave's pretty good, man. But yeah, it's how I always get like such clean booster separations. And they still will leaning inwards. The only thing about leaning inwards is that you'll end up with a little bit. Anytime your engines are not facing or firing directly in the direction of your traveling, you're losing some. There is some loss with it. Right, but these aren't going to burn for long enough to make it that big of a difference. If you were like, if these were going to be burning for the entire ascent phase, then it would be a different story. And I always attach the strut connector to the booster first, then to the rocket. That way the strut connector goes with the rocket. I mean, goes with the booster, and not the rocket itself. I'm getting a little silly, but it's gonna look fabulous. Science, to get science from low space around Kerbin and high space around Kerbin. So we're going to have a slightly eccentric orbit. And then bring the science back home. And we have a multiple contracts for each phase of that. Right, so we have a science, a science return unit and experiments in here. Right, we don't have very good engines unlocked yet for anything, so we're kind of being a little extra creative. Just because we can. Onion it. Yep, the early game launch vehicles. Don't you miss them? Well then. Well, that'll definitely clip. All right, there we go. But yes, because these are angled out, there will be some slight cosine loss. But it is going to make for a spectacular launch. And now I'm certain we have enough Delta V and We have a good launch thrust to weight ratio as well. All right, save it and send it. You bet it'll blow up. Scientic? Really? Are you that negative on my launch vehicles? Alright, let's get this set up. Oh, looks like there's a storm inbound. Yeah, there's a storm over there. And we're going to be launching through this cloud. Double checking the volume, because we went the full experience, right? A little late to be double checking staging, but it is what it is. All right. Range is hot. Give me a go, no go for launch. Guidance is go. Science return unit SRU is go. Upper stage is go. Lower stage is go. We are go for launch. Commencing launch countdown in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Main engine start. 2, 1. Send it. All right, we are going for roll. And pitch over maneuver. All right, coming up on booster engine cutoff. All right, we have booster engine cutoff. And we have good stage separation. All right, come on. Good booster step. Dave plays? Yep.
Batteries not included. Ribbed for her pleasure. Alright, coming up on main engine cutoff. We have good main engine cutoff. Stage separation. And upper stage ignition. And these engines don't have any sound effects. And we're doing a rather steep ascent because we do need our apoapsis to be fairly high. Yep, and our fairing is getting hot. We have deadly reentry installed. I may have to make some adjustments. Alright, stand by for fairing deploy. Alright, we have good fairing jettison. Go ahead and flip the rocket all the way over to the horizon.
I think it worked far better than you thought. How often have you seen me make a bad launch vehicle?
Don't answer that.
And we'll bring the nose back up. We can go to the moon right now if we wanted to. We don't have enough Delta V, but we're on a lunar launch trajectory. All right, stand by for Seco. And Seco, we'll need to do a small burn to make sure we're actually in orbit. But I'm going to go ahead and grab our science. Let's go ahead and pop out our solar panels. And let's grab our low science that we need. All right, we need one material study, one temperature scan, one pressure scan, one mystery goo, magnetometer. The others get reset. All right, collect all that into the SRU. And then we'll continue to coast up. And I was about to say, we're about to lose comms. And if we'd had a geostationary satellite ComSat directly over the KSC, we would still have comms. So let's hope that we have comms here in another 9.5 minutes. Yeah, we have comms now. I'm gonna roll us 90 degrees so our solar panels are properly oriented. All right, 4 minutes, 51 seconds. Who are we talking to? Over here, the ground station over here. All right, we got plenty of time. Right? Yeah, we're not even overhead yet. In fact, our apoapsis is directly overhead. So perfect. All right, let's grab our other science. Get ourselves in orbit so it counts. There's orbit. Ideally, we would do our re-entry burn over here, but I don't know if we'll have... Well, I can see what that's talking to. We actually would have comms over there. I don't think we're going to be able to land in this... I don't think we'll be able to make this water because our paraps is over here.
I'm gonna aim for this water. Oops, I overshot our mark. We're gonna go ahead and do our re-entry burn now. Gonna land in this water over here, so we're gonna bring this down to about... And we'll go with 30... Yeah. We'll go with 30,000 kilometers. So we'll be landing between the... Here's the desert airfield. We'll be landing somewhere in this stretch of water. I don't know if we'll have comms. Alright, I was gonna ditch this stage and activate the parachutes, but I want to wait because I want to make sure this doesn't stay on orbit, even though technically it'll re-enter. But some things continue to go around if they don't go far enough in, right? Because physics isn't being applied to them. We can wait it out. As we know, we'll be able to talk to a station to Night Island. There's a track or comm station down on the ground there. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and ditch our upper stage and the lower science unit. All right, we have good separation of the upper stage. Separation of the lower science unit. And parachutes are armed. And I have no more comms. That's why we aren't... Oh, you know what? I forgot to activate this thing. We put this on there because we have an experiment for one of these contracts to get an imagery of something, but we don't have an experiment yet that really has any of that. This is just a normal camera, but I completely forgot about. But we don't have any comms, so we don't have any access to it. I completely forgot about it. And now we're in Atmo. And this is why I set everything up to be aerodynamically stable and arm the parachutes while we're still in space for probes that are re-entering, because we have no comms. We have no way to be able to do anything anymore. All we can do is feast our eyes on the re-entry. We got fireworks going on somewhere. Our science unit or upper stage just burned up. I think parts of it are below us. Yep. parts of the upper stage, parts of our science unit. So I think the lower section of the science unit that we weren't bringing back, and the upper stage. Which is what all of this is going on to over here too. That's likely the upper stage, just based on the sheer amount of parts. So the other one was the science unit, the upper science unit, or lower science unit rather. Wait, I thought we should have been coming in over here. Why are we coming in? Oh, because the planet rotated. I didn't take into account the planet rotation.
Insert dumbass right here in this broken chair.
I didn't take into account for planetary rotation. This is that crater. We're gonna come down in the flippin' mountains. We are right over a mountain range right here.
Dum 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 dum.
I did not take into account carbon rotating. Yeah, see, we literally went from shores to mountains. So mountains are the smallest biome on Kerbin, right, by area.
And I hit that shit all the time.
And our chutes are set for coming over grasslands or water, not mountains. Not to mention the fact that mountains, well, they tend to be steep with few flat areas. I should have done a shallower re-entry is what I should have done. But no. I was like, oh, we'll land in the water over here between the desert. We're good to go.
Planet rotation, dumbass.
Our drogue chutes are coming out in time. There's trees below us. That's a good sign. Trees being below us is a very good sign. Right. I mean, if we were coming down on something like this, yeah, you're guaranteed you're dead. Now, these are just our drogue chutes. Our main chute's not going to pop out until, well, right there. Make a new base in the mountains. of course, it's at night, so I can't really judge how steep anything is. And we're coming down in a tree. We're rolling on the wrong axis. Our drogue chutes are keeping us from accelerating too fast. However, they're also making sure that we're rolling around on the wrong axis. And let's recover that before it rolls any further. Got it! Boom! Yep, just as planned. Okay, so we brought back 12.5 science. Right, we got back 8,500 funds from the science unit itself. And world first fire milestone, we've returned to the surface from orbit. We completed 5 contracts. All right, orbit a probe and return it safely home. All right, reach orbit and return. Congratulations, you've successfully returned a craft that has been in orbit. Right, perform another material study while in space near Kerbin. We did that. Perform another material study while in space high over Kerbin. We did that. That's only half of that contract, though. The other half is to do the same thing, but with a, make observations with a, I'm assuming some type of science experiment that we don't have. Right, we have this other half of half of a contract. We did the other half yesterday by flying up in the mountains, but we also need to fly that a Kerbin's tundra. That's a well, actually no, we have additional airports. It won't be that long of a flight now. All right, we still need to do a geostationary satellite. Yeah, study from space. Yeah, this visual camera observation. I don't know what this experiment is. That's why I put just a camera on, but then I forgot to look at it. We forgot to access it. Okay, so we need to go to the tundra. Looking to see what base is. Oh, we actually have one already up there. We actually even have perform experiments on the surface right there. We have this airstrip. We can take off from this airstrip. So we'll have to. We have another thing there, but we can take off and land from this airstrip without actually having to do this massively long flight. Sounds like a good thing for a
Bush plane.
look at something here real quick. I don't think we're gonna get what I was thinking of for a hot minute. Yeah, we'll be getting these until up here. These are good bush wheels, even for a bush plane. However, how far of a flight is that? All right, it's going to give us an excuse to fly this thing, just because
I want to.
around up there. I don't know if it'll be able to fly far enough for any of those contracts, but we can have a look around and have a better idea of how far we need to fly. Right, we can call this a reconnoitering. Because we spent basically all day working on this thing. And it still needs a little bit more tweaking, just a smidge. But, let's face it.
It is bad S.
Alright, we have room to slap a couple Kerbals or cargo or whatever else we want inside of there. And this thing actually can fly quite a ways. Right, it's got about a 300-kilometer range. But I like it. This is our KH2 Alpha. I need a full name for it. So, think of a name for this thing. Alright, I think Val and Bob are gonna fly it. I believe this is the airstrip to take off from. Craft is too big. Oh, that's right. I can land there, but I can't take off from there.
Shit!
I forgot about those. We can land there and recover there for full amount, but we can't not spawn there.
Shit on a McBiscuit.
We made shit biscuits. Why didn't I remember that? We can only land at those air bases. We can refuel there too. We can also refuel at these and take off again. We just can't spawn there. That means the closest air base is going to be Folden View, and it's... Oh, free. We like free. And our helo definitely can't fly that far. Well, we wanted a longer range exploration craft anyway. We also have Cape Kermap. But that one's 200 grand. That's all we have, actually, is 200 grand. So, we'll be flying out of Folden View Airport to go north. We do have the parts unlocked now to make a much better science plane. Bummer. I was really hoping to fly this thing, but this can't fly that far. I like this thing a lot. Have you noticed? All right, we're going to be designing our third airplane. Oh, I didn't need to actually unlock that cockpit because I already unlocked this one. I forgot that's tiny now. Be able to just put that inside somewhere. In fact, I won't even use that one. I'll use a radial one. And we'll get proper cargo parts when we unlock the next node. We just don't have it yet. So maybe we should just reuse a plane we already have. I did make this one, which is a little awkward. Right, as I needed something to do some of those more grindy contracts that could fly far enough. Right, so this thing has a massive amount of wing, and this thing cruises between Mach 0.8 and Mach 0.9. And it's got almost 3 hours of flight time. But I left it more or less as an experimental craft. But it is a science plane that is already set to go. Exception of, I want to do... cameras, because why not? Give us something to look at while we're flying. And this is totally not a spy plane. Go bot, what's going on, man? No, this thing is definitely not going to space. It is going to complete us some contracts by flying to a couple of spots near the North Pole. Basically, it's going to go look for Santa Claus. All right, we'll let Val fly, and we are taking off from Foldren View Airport. This is definitely not a space plane. We're nowhere, well, technically, as soon as you unlock airplanes, you can make a space plane, technically. It'd be kind of cheesy, but you can do it. And it's the first time leaving from this base as we just opened it. Thought I could use, I thought you switched to... Oh. I used the wrong camera. I used up cameras, we went down cameras. What's the button to swap cameras? Oh, we gotta revert flight anyway because they put the wrong the camera's facing the wrong way up. Hold down you. Okay. Yeah, we want the one that is oriented downward. All right, we gotta fine tune our cameras. Because who doesn't like a good picture? Besides, who else is gonna look at, I mean, look for polar bears in a bikini? Alright, holding down you doesn't seem to do anything. Oh, I forgot to put aviation lights on this aircraft as well. Before. Okay, at least it's right side up now. But I forgot what key cycles through the cameras. Without having to do the part action window, there actually is a key for it. I don't remember what it is, but it's not one that you can assign to an action group. It's one that's hard-coded. Definitely not plus minus. Oh, wait. Yep, there we go. Alright, it's only cycling through those two. The other one, how do I cycle to that one? I'll leave those up for now. Alright, I definitely have turned the sound down for this. With 6 engines, this is loud. Let me know if that's too loud. Because, I mean, this is idle. And so that's where we're flying, is up there. Now we don't have to fly back to here. We can actually land here. That's for that contract, but we also we have another contract to land in the tundra and get some science experiments. So we'll see how close that is to the tundra. All right, Val, you're clear for takeoff. Rotate and gear up. So yeah, there's our rear camera, and there's our forward camera. So it is kind of cool. Now, if only I knew how to get to the camera that's facing straight down. I can't get to it via the part action window. All right, we need to come right. Hiya, Card. What's up, buddy? Yeah, audio card, it's mostly from putting the landing gear in the right location and having your center lift and center mass relationship set up properly. Right, your main landing gear should be just behind the center mass. They should have like 80% of the weight of the airplane should be on the main gear. Right, and the closer they are to the center mass, the better it is to do a pivot. If they're too far back, you have to go too fast. Right, because the tail of the airplane can't come down because the landing gear is preventing it. Right, you need a good pivot point. And then, as I said, GoBot, no, I'm mouse and keyboard, man. I have a stick, but it's not even plugged in right now. Because it requires the use of rudder pedals, and this broken ass chair I can't use rudder pedals because I have to be able to lean back. All right, let's try that. Nope. Yeah, so this one's now camera 4. This one's 1. And that's 2. This one might be bound to, raster prop monitor, where you can only access it from cycling through the MFDs, which this cockpit doesn't have any. Right, and these actually have controls where I can just go activate camera and go right to it. This does not have that same option. I think this camera's from a different mod. And as I said, I think it requires raster prop monitor, which we do have, just don't have access to it with this cockpit. Come on, settle in. In fizz warp. All right, so we're cruising at Mach 0.84 and accelerating. I have autopilot locked in. And this thing can cruise up to 12 kilometers altitude, depending on how far you really want to fly. Right, like we can climb it up to 11,500 right now. That's what I have the altitude set at. This thing climbs almost too steeply, though. I need to edit under the advanced options so it doesn't climb so violently. On the advanced options, you can actually set it to max climb angle. I can set to like 15. Right, default is 30, so it immediately pitches up to 30 degrees. Okay, that's what I thought, if I was remembering correctly, because there are some cameras that are meant to be used through the MFDs, even though these can also be used through them as well. But, you know, it's just relearning a few things. Alright, so now we're cruising at 0.77 Mach, as we have a higher angle of attack, almost 6 degrees. But the angle of attack is going to decrease as we burn off fuel, and as our speed continues to increase. And let's go ahead and go into Fizz Warp, and we can cycle through our cameras. Here's our tail camera. And then here's our forward-looking camera. And you can put these on your rockets too, and your payloads. It's kind of landing on the moon this way is pretty cool. Right, and we should be over our destination in a little under 10 minutes. Alright, I did want to do a quick look at our biome map again. Okay, so we got a little bit of cold ocean that we'll be flying over. And then we're going to be flying up here, and these purple regions are tundra, which is what we need. Right, these are ice caps, and these are the northern ice shelf. I wasn't sure about going with the 6 engines. It doesn't really allow us to fly any faster, it just allows us to fly higher. Right, because these engines are only producing 5.8 kilonewtons of thrust at this altitude. Which isn't a whole hell of a lot. And this thing has a crap ton of wing. Right, for a whole lot of lift. And we have 5 degrees angle of incidence, so in reality, our angle of attack right now is closer to 9 degrees. Your angle of attack in real life is calculated off the chord of your wing, not the angle of the root, you know, of the cockpit. or in this case, Kerbal, the root part. So the root part is at 4.9 degrees angle of attack, but you have to add 5 degrees because I added 5 degrees angle of incidence to the wing. So in reality, we're at 9, almost 9 degrees angle of incidence. Or 9 degrees angle of attack, rather. And we are over grasslands. It just we're too high up to be able to notice, and we're back up to Mach 0.83. We still have over 2.5 hours of flight time available to us. We won't come close to using any of that. 12 Bravo, what's up, man? Things have been well. I've still been inhaling and exhaling regularly. That's always a good thing, right? What have you been up to, 12 Bravo? All right, and once again, this is episode 7 of this career playthrough. If you want to see the first 6 episodes, they are up on YouTube, so you can watch them there at your leisure. Started a new job as an aircraft maintenance supervisor. Nice.
Very nice.
I'm hoping that comes with a nice new fat paycheck as well. Holy cow. Yeah, that's a...
Nice.
So you're taking us all out to dinner and for a round of drinks afterwards, right? But that's very nice, 12 Bravo, especially in today's economy. I know, first thing you gotta do now is pay off those debts so you can incur new ones. Well, it's gonna be clouds the entire way there. So we put these cameras on for good visuals, and all we can see is white. And we're now over the northern ice shelf. So I'm gonna come out of time warp here, because I think we can get some flying science. Crew report, temperature scan. We got a little bit of science. All right, where are we at in relation to tundras? Come on. Oh, we actually flew over some tundra. And just, I wasn't paying attention. Oh, back in the fizz warp, and we're almost ready to start our descent. Now, I've flown over the southern ice shelf, and it did not look inviting to land. Like...
Not at all.
So, let's hope we can find somewhere decent to land. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and start throttling down and start our descent. Oops, get rid of that. In fact, go back to regular fly-by-wire, thank you. Yeah, we'll set up a specific waypoint though, so we know to go, because we have to land in the tundra. Yeah, once we get below that upper cloud layer, very nice. Now, in a vanilla game, it's extremely difficult to land in the ice because you can't tell how high you are above it. It all looks the same. Yep. Alright, I'm gonna really side slip us here a little bit to lose some speed. There we go. Alright, gear coming down, flaps coming down. As they're about 11 kilometers out from waypoint 1. We're fairly close to the North Pole because I can tell by the camera moving. Alright, we're gonna come out of Fizz Warp here. There's a little more altitude. Yeah, the texturing makes it look like it's going to be a fairly rough landing, but that was...
Silk.
Alright, flaps up, and let's go ahead and get it the full science suite here. Chief! What's up, Chief? Oh yeah, free IVA. That's the other one I installed that I completely forgot about. That's the mod. The other mod that I forgot that I installed is free IVA. Right, so let me double check our contracts here. Why didn't these work? I'm just now looking at that part of that contract. Yeah, I know the visual camera observations didn't work, but the atmospheric pressure scan and the temperature, it didn't give us credit for it, and we did them. We also need to go to the Badlands, but I think we can find a base closer to there. Alright, let's start our taxi to the next one. Hunt, what's up, buddy? How you doing today? Like silky smooth up here. I feel bad. It's like watching NASCAR single hoping for a spectacular crash where no Kerbals are hurt. Hey, I take the safety of my Kerbals
very seriously.
right. We want to put the mystery goo business out of business. And it's realized because we don't have a scientist on board, we can't reset some of these contracts, or some of these experiments rather. So that one for going to the Tundra for a mystery goo. And oh, and it also says splash down. Oh, that sucks. The mystery goo we wouldn't be able to do because we can't reset this. That's why we need a be able to carry a scientist on board. We're gonna bring back more science. I don't know if it'll be enough to be able to unlock the other node that we need. Or not. You know, for a science plane, a better science plane. In reality, what I probably should do is swap out this cockpit. I do actually have a 2-man 1.25 meter cockpit. It's that small business cockpit. And I could actually put a scientist on board. But the sky here, though, is pretty awesome looking, right? I don't want to go get overly ambitious and go too fast. At the end of the day, this is still an airplane. Oh, we're in range. All right, strategy. New strategy is available in Moon Program, Mimus Program. All right, conduct atmospheric surveys of Kerbin nearest site, blah, 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 blah. Yep, we just did that. All right, and that also gives us extra bonus science. Wait, is there still... Oh, there's still one more. Seven kilometers. All right, one more to completely finish that contract. And we're getting 2 bonus science from each waypoint, so worth it. Let's close the doors on those. I can nearly go fast enough to take off with the throttle at like 5%. In no other biome would I trust taxiing an aircraft across the ground at this speed. All right, we're about halfway to this last waypoint. We do need a North and South Pole base, though, that's for sure. Before, what I would do is, like, once we actually were able to make cargo planes and rover, you know, and you know, transport rovers, I would actually set up a base and use it as like a quote-unquote practice or training center for Kerbals that are going to the moon or Minmus. Right, I would even practice delivering, you know, the components that would go, you know, make up their little outpost. Centurion, it doesn't have to be. You can force it through CCAN. It's just you have to make your CCAN choose compatible versions, you know, to go all the way back to that. Because Chrono Vessel Viewer hasn't been updated in a long time. So you can still do it via CCAN, but you're going to have to force it. Alright, there we go. That's the last waypoint. Alright, as I think the last time Chrono Vessel Viewer was updated is like 1.4. It still works just fine. It's just that I would be very careful about what you use to install from that far back. Right, contract packs will still work fine. But as far as like utility and part mods, you got to be really careful. Wait, where is... there's the KVV continued? Maybe that's the one I have? Now I gotta look. No, I am not using continued. And even that's for 1.9. Hold on, which one did I download and install now? Now you got me all... Now I'm... Oh, I did download the old one. It still works. Okay, yeah, you can use Chrono Vessel Viewer continued, yeah. I didn't realize that Linux had picked that one up. That's why. Remember, I'm rusty. So yeah, the one I downloaded is even older, but it still works just fine. Right? I mean, we used it yesterday I used it yesterday for doing this. Right? So even the other one still works. Yeah, but we're done with that taxi. Alright, so we're not gonna fly back to there. We're gonna just fly over here to Uyutuk airstrip. As there is nothing else up here for the moment. All right, Val, get us airborne. So I think that's going to be with any space game. A lot of areas are going to be barren. But probably, let's hope, you know, like a little bit less barren is what you're basically saying, yes. Also, the other part about a smooth takeoff with an airplane is don't forget to use fine control, right? So if you look in the lower left over here, and you'll see that my pitch, yaw, and roll indicators are turquoise. If they're orange like this is full control, but it's like course control. If you hit caps lock, they turn turquoise, and it's fine control. Your movement inputs are significantly softened, right? Making for a much smoother experience with an airplane. That's a short, this is gonna be a short flight. It's only 159 kilometers. I don't even, we're barely gonna get to altitude before having to turn around and descend. Man, look at those clouds though, dude. Behind me. All right, so over here on the left, you see my pitch, yaw, and roll indicators? They're turquoise in color because I'm in fine control by hitting caps lock, right? So by default, you're in, they're orange, right? Which is kind of like a really harsh control or a coarse control. And then if you go to fine control, it softens your input significantly, making it much better for flying airplanes. Side note to that, it also softens your RCS thrusters. So like if you're in a space vehicle and you're getting ready to dock, right? This cuts your RCS power by like 80%. So you can make really small inputs with your RCS. Right? Some people call this airplane mode, but it's not just for airplanes. Behind me, yes, exactly. I'm going to send down to 5,000 meters. We're only 100 kilometers out. I'm down to 3,500. We're in 4x fizz warp still, so it's kind of... Oh, we're over ice caps, so I can get some more science here. Right? Come on, give me a crew report. Nothing? Oh, I've already got him from ice caps. Okay. Behind me. That deserves an evil laugh, because that's kind of funny. I'm sure he's probably laughed at, you know, or they laughed it off at this point, but yeah, in the moment it's like, Brandon, how's it going, buddy? How you been? Centurion, I don't know. We'll have to ask LGG if he pops in today. I mean, it still works, so... Hell, I'm not even using that one. I'm using the old one. The one that's even older than that, from like 1.4. Brandon, congratulations, buddy. Boy or girl? And a girl, she's 6 days old. Congratulations, man. All right, can I get some parties in chat for Brandon? Is there a cigar emote? Right, because Brandon deserves a cigar emote. So, Brandon, have you decided on a name yet? Alright, I know you're gonna treat her like Cinderella. Well, hopefully, you know, after she's already a princess. But please don't name her Cinderella. Charlie Dawn. Very nice. Yeah, once I started thinking about Cinderella, I remembered, oh yeah, Cinderella starts out as a stepdaughter that is not treated very well. And you even pulled Jade out of Lurkerville with that one, Brandon. And that's not easy to do. Hell, it's easier to pull a rabbit out of a hat when there's no rabbit than to pull Jade out of Lurk. So Brandon, I'm assuming all healthy, all good to go. You know, she's at home and probably sleeping with mom at the moment. Yep, and don't forget to pace yourselves. Jade. You know I like giving you a hard time. All right, we have landed smooth as butter. Oh, this is actually tundra. Any more signs to be had here? No, because these need to be reset. We need to be able to carry a scientist. All right, let's recover that and let's see what science we have. So I guess 6 years or 6 days, you might not know this yet or not, but is she a sleeper? If you got yourself a sleeper, count yourself lucky. All right, we brought back 19.9 science, which is pretty good. Valentina got a multiple contracts ribbon and a first North Pole lander ribbon. However, oh, look at that sunset. I believe we need to get to 90 science for what I was thinking of, right? Is it landing or is it advanced construction? Which is the one that we need? Yeah, we have aerodynamics. I was thinking it's aerodynamics we needed to unlock. We have it unlocked. So we could have made that other plane.
Will, shit on a biscuit.
That's good to know for the future, though. Alright, let's warp to the morning. Alright, science from new biomes. Kerbin's Northern Ice Shelf, an extra 25 grand. We'll take it, because I accidentally spent a bunch of money on something and I don't realize what it was. Man, look how foggy it is. It's so foggy. Oh, wait. I keep forgetting to set this back up. It's so fluffy! Oh, nice, Brandon. Yeah, at least you hope it stays that way, yeah. Well, enjoy it while it lasts if you can't, you know, if she stays, you know, just in case. All right, and then, and if she's not, you guys are gonna have to start tag teaming. All right, contracts. Let's see what's next on the board. 12 Bravo. Yeah, this is courtesy of, well, you mean the KSC itself, or just KSP in general? But yeah, KSP in general, that is courtesy of Games Links, or just Links, and his Parallax Continued. That's all the ground textures and all that stuff. And then the water and the sky, including the clouds and all that, and the atmospherics, that's all Black-Rack. But that one is behind a Patreon paywall to be able to get it at this point. But it is well worth it. All you have to do is just subscribe for 1 month, do the download, and then you can cancel. But yeah, those clouds, all that stuff, man, it just, yeah. The screen space reflections, words, they're just hard sometimes. Like, there are some shots where it's like, dude, that is so good looking. All right, so we have another EVA report and surface sample. Actually, we have two those contracts. Chief, feelings are even harder? Yes, they are, especially when you're involved. All right, then we need to go over to the Badlands and get a bunch of science from the Badlands. Do we have any bases near the Badlands? Yeah, the TSC. Runway 9 is 66 grand. I think the Badlands are somewhere over here. Or Night Island. Night Island is already open. All right, let's get a new bit science plane. All right, Jade. Have a good one, buddy. Let's go get a science plane that can actually seat a scientist. And I think we need to hire a second scientist. I'm gonna yank this as this is unusable with this. A lot of money to unlock these parts. Now, I don't know if we'll be able to drive one of our grounded vehicles up into this. We'll have to wait and see. All right, extra batteries in the nose. Wondering if this is too long or not long enough. All right, that's going to be our primary wing box.
And it's also a giant ass fuel tank. Yeah, this will require tuning, obviously. And I'm kind of leaning towards a T-tail. And I'm doing a high mount wing as we want to keep the engines off the ground. All right. Speaking of... Wrong air intake. Where's the other one? Yeah, we're going to go broke unlocking these parts.
That's still too far apart. As I add a tail wing and control surfaces and all that, that's only going to change. You know, I need to do all that before I move the wings around. Control surfaces. Oh, it's those that do that bullshit. I can't remember what mod it is. I thought that was fixed. How many hover tanks can we fit? I don't know. We'll have to find out. We'll have to play, can it fit? We already have a rover that I want, that we're gonna see if we can't put it inside. Alright, but we'll have to play will it fit? You look at some of these other control surfaces here. Yep, I think this is the one we actually want. And not that one. Might have to slightly adjust engine position, but we'll see once we get the wing in place, in its actual place. Problem with the angled wings in Kerbal is it puts their center lift like way out here, like at the middle of the wing, and really it should be like up here, right? Where's the control surfaces for that? All right, tail wing. All right, I'm gonna gizmo these up so they're not at some weird angle. You guys hear Delta barking? That really pulls the center of mass up. I mean, not center mass, but the center of lift up, but it also pulls it really far back. Look how far back that is. That is ridiculous. Almost wondering if I should be doing this, turboprops instead. I need something to mount the main gear to. I'm hoping we have enough ground clearance here. Is the his engine nacelles are sitting kind of low. Lower than I'd like. And I figured we'd go a little... C-130 inspired. But that puts those wheels or these engine nacelles really close to the ground. We'll have to figure out how far we can actually extend it. We'll have to do a deploy limit. We have to figure out how far we can actually extend them. I want it low to the ground because this tailgate doesn't come down that far. But Chief, that's what I was referring to. The engines might be close to the ground. Like, really close to the ground. We're about to find out. Alright, it's gonna be the KP3 Alpha. Save. Alright, preliminary simulation. And I forget to auto strut the wings. If it's a knockin', or if it's a rockin', don't come a knockin'. Because somebody's knocking. right, 80% there. We'll have to remember that. That one's at least 90%. Where, yeah, the Airplane Plus wheels are having issues because they're still using the old Unity wheel module. So they can still give, they can still be problematic. I have another idea though. Add some more auto struts though, because somehow we missed it. There we go. Now our wings will be really stiff. Our wing box will be very stiff. We gave it some Viagra. I'm gonna have to increase the diameter of these. The curve of these is actually 1.25 meter. We've now made this almost a meter. Making them the full size would be too big. May even be too big now. And I didn't put that on in symmetry. Awesome. Yeah, I won't be able to use those there. I'll have to use the short ones. No, I think our nose gear is too low or too high. I need these to go up one. Like that. All right, save it. And let's throw it back out on the runway. GoBot, yeah, they've been wanting to do it. Well, soon is relatively a relative term, right? They're doing weekly progress checks in to see if they want to do, to see where it's exactly it's at. But do note though that it's going to be barely be playable. Right, you won't be able to build anything. At least not without going through config files or something similar to it. Okay, this is now going to be able to open up further. And this thing is just dancing on these landing gear. so it's like 86, 87 on that one. All right, like 92 on the front, and then we got to reset the landing gear. Go but if they do, I haven't seen it yet. Doesn't mean they don't, but I just haven't seen anything yet. And what I saw is they weren't going to have one. Maybe they've been rethinking that. Yeah, well, it's a limitation of the Unity engine, right? They're basically asking the Unity engine to do more than what it's really capable of. But with KSA doesn't use any game engine that's on the market. It uses an actual framework that they're calling Brutal, right? And then within that framework, you can put in different quote-unquote drawers or modules for what you need that specific game to do. If you think the plane's moving and stuff move around a lot now, you should have seen it when KSP 1.0 launched on a 32-bit Unity game engine. You couldn't go out to those extended decimal points. It wasn't possible. It wasn't until they went to the KXE 64 with 1.1. I'm wondering how Star Engine does it for Star Citizen. Come to think of it, I don't know if I've ever actually gone directly to a poll. The Star Engine has one of the best, is one of the best engines when it comes to like doing like globe physics. But it's not on the market for anything other than Star Citizen. That's right, 92 on that one. And 86 on that one. Star Citizen is on Star Engine. It started out as CryEngine, and then they bought the rights to the game engine for Cry because it needed to customize it more to do what it did. And then it went to Lumberyard. And then Lumberyard also wouldn't do what it needed it to do. And so it's now something else entirely, right? And they call it Star Engine. But it has very little in relation to, there's only, the only module of it that still exists from CryEngine that hasn't been rebuilt, expanded, or whatever, is the ground wheel module, right? That they still use for land vehicles. They have plans to rebuild it at some point. They just haven't got a lot of the dev time yet to do it. But that's the only piece of CryEngine that still exists inside of Star Engine. They actually talked. The developers actually talked about it. Unreal 5 can't do what Star Engine does. Well, what they decided to do is make it modular, right? So they can, they broke Star Engine up into different components. It's very similar to the way Brutal works for KSA, right? It's a general framework, and then they can put in different modules, and they can upgrade those modules and replace them without affecting the rest of the game engine. You have to remember, when they started doing Star Citizen, they didn't know what they didn't know. So they've had to build the game engine alongside the tools that they need to build the game engine at the same time, while developing 2 games on it. Right? I mean, you're not only living in the house that you're still building, right? But you're also operating a business out of that same house while figuring out how to build the house. Yeah, and dude, you want to see? I don't know. Did you see this Citizen Con last month? Citizen Con. They did a deep dive on their new Genesis engine for developing Planetech.
Holy shit biscuits.
All right, this bugs me. This really bugs me. Quert, you can play it right now, man. What are you talking about? But yes, but the other reason, as I said, Star Citizen isn't just, well, there's 2 games, and the priority has been all along on Squadron 42, which is the single-player game in the Star Citizen universe that takes place before all the events in Star Citizen, the MMO. Quert, I beg to differ. If you haven't, dude, trust me, there's way more to do in it than you can do in Elite Dangerous. There's not as many places to go, but there's more to do in it. And it's still not a complete game. But yeah, no, Star Citizen's far past game tech, or tech demo a long time ago. Or, you know, they have a whole, you can, I mean, if you have, did you buy a bunch of ships, or is it just the base package? Because there's other people that'll buy it. You won't get all your money back, but, and when did you back it? I mean, if you backed it 5 years ago and not without realizing how long it was going to take and what they're doing, that's on you, just saying. Yeah, if it's just a base, what they do? I mean, once it, it actually is playable. Right, day 1 back in October of 2012. Quert, what's your citizen number? Because if you backed it day 1 back at... No, hold on. If you backed it day 1 back in 2012, you don't just have Star Citizen. You also have Squadron 42. No, not trying to argue with that. I'm letting you know that if it's an original account, it's worth way more money now than what you paid for it. Because there's a lot of things bound to that, right, as an original backer that no one can get. It's not available to anybody anymore. So if you wanted to sell it on like the gray market, you can get way more money for it than what you paid for it. Yeah, because if it's an OG account, I believe those are actually selling for like a couple $100. Right, because you have all of the backer rewards, all those backer rewards. Nobody else can get those anymore. Hey, Stormwolf, what's going on, man? But yeah, Quirt, especially with Squadron 42 attached, because you realize if you back the game now, you don't get Squadron 42. In fact, you can't even get it at all yet. You won't be able to get it until it comes out, and it's going to be a $70 game, dude. Now, there are several gray market citizen sites, but look it up. I bet you could probably get last I heard, the original accounts were going for like a couple $100. Make sure it's in like one of the original accounts. Did you back through the website or did you back through the Kickstarter? If you back through the Kickstarter, that's not day one, but it'll still be an OG account. That's why I was asking why your citizen number is important. Right, so whether you choose to keep it or sell it, it's worth more now than what you paid for it. So it's not like a live and learn type of situation. It's it's like, hey, show me the money. Website day one, okay. Then yeah, dude, I guarantee you that account is worth at least a couple $100. As I said, you have all of those fundraising goals markers that for a whole bunch of free shit that you can't get anymore. Like somebody who buys the game today can't get it. Right? Plus you have Star Citizen and Squadron 42, which are two separate games now. Or well, they were always going to be two separate games, but you can't even get Squadron 42 yet. And you like if you bought it today, it's not Star Citizen today, you're not getting Squadron 42. You have to wait until it releases. And you're going to be paying $70 for it. Quirt, I have a feeling they're holding it back because Squadron 42, I'm guessing they are really aiming hard for a release of May next year. May of 26. Because it would coincide with Invictus. Invictus is the military celebration inside the Star Citizen universe, and Squadron 42 fits it perfectly, right? And also, the GTA 6 launch window, it no longer coincides with it. GTA 6 is launching on the other side of the year now. Alright. Let me save this. Alright, hold on a second. I gotta go punch the bladder reset button, and I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Thank you for your patience. Oh yeah, yeah, the the release is definitely going to be after console. Consoles sell more video games than PC do, than PC does. Did I water the porcelain idol? Yes, I did. And I had to give the very, very sad Delta dog who's sleeping in my bed. Well, she's not even sleeping. She's laying in there pouting. I think Delta was hoping that she would get all of my attention for the entire day. She doesn't like it when I stream a lot. And Quirt, I'm guessing it's probably going to be like the next version of our iteration of console is probably going to be like $1,000. There's no way they can stick to their current price point and make any money. I mean, the consoles usually lose money anyway. They make the money on the video games. But even then. All right, we got to do something about this. This is problematic. We're like, yeah, I know. They've always done it that way. But the timeline can vary up to 2 years. I think GTA 5, I think it was a year and a half before it did the PC release. After the console release. Last time when I did an airplane similar to this, I had to give this thing some really long leading edge strakes. But that's gonna be problematic because I didn't do a door here last time. And even at 15 degrees, those would do nothing. Or very little. And even that would suck. Don't worry, I'm not doing that. I'm looking at something. I'm looking to see how much it would actually take. Yeah, Pancake, the last 2 generations of consoles are getting further and further away from PC. Or further behind PC, I guess I should say. And we're just gonna start running out of money here. Even that isn't going to be enough. And then I'll bring the center mass back. Now I have room to be able to bring the center lift up. I'm not doing this, I'm just looking. We're gonna need a lot of wing to bring that up. Is that at the right angle? What else do I have in the toolbox? Jeez. It takes those giant ass Delta wings. And it's still not enough. That's not gonna help me. I gotta bring the main gear way back now. All right, let's save it and put it on a tarmac. Oh, those are bound to the brakes. I don't want those bound to the brakes. So I'll have to fix that. Thanks, Kurt. Trying to get a longer distance science play. Oh, you didn't see what we built yesterday, did you? Let me make a couple of changes here to this. Oh yeah, this thing, that's the whole idea. But Quert, you didn't see this yesterday, did you? Oh, you saw the start of it? All right. So this thing is still giving me, it still needs slight tuning. Like ever so slight. You know what I'm wondering? Because I tuned the other landing gear. I'm wondering if that's what these need. Oh no, yeah, this is a different helicopter than the other one. Yeah, dude, AI is taking over so many things in so many areas. I mean, it's a double-edged sword, right? Look at this thing go, man. 250 knots and accelerating. $260 knots. But it does start to get unstable. We're 280 knots. It doesn't like going this fast. It can go faster than it should. We actually hit 280 knots. Which is crazy fast. Oh, and it has a thrust reverser. Watch that thing decelerate. And now we're flying backwards at almost 20 meters a second. And now Mach 1 reverse. For one for all. Happy Veterans Day, man. Thank you. I bet I could put this in a nose down hover. It would take some practice, but I could probably do it. What's going on, 4-1? How you been, man? Hop on some VAT Sim? Nice. Every now and then it gets a little squirrely on me. The game's not quite sure what to make of this setup. Gotta practice more landing it, but I like this thing.
I like it.
Arkman! What's up, my friend? Thank you, sir. And all the veterans out there, happy Veterans Day. I like this thing. If you haven't noticed. It was worth spending all day yesterday developing. All right, back to our other plane that we've been working on. Has anybody noticed that I like planes? I like aircraft. All right, I think we are ready for an initial test flight. Let's get a couple more items on. All right, those are we get better ones later, but we just don't have them unlocked yet. I need like actual like streamlined lights. I mean, other than the navigation lights. All right, those just have to wait. Okay, we need to go to light and here. All right, toggle light with the gear. I'm rocketology, not aero or planeology. I know. I know. That's what happens when your real life nickname forever is Rocket. You just kind of go with it. Yeah, there's been a lot of advances in jet engines over the years, especially now with computer automation and AI, like AI designed like blades and 3D printing. 3D printing has made or additive manufacturing has made a really massive impact as well, because they can make shape that you can 3D print shapes that you cannot make any other way. You know, like as far as like the turbine blades or even pieces of the internal parts of the engines that can't be done any other way. Also reduces parts. All right, let's save that and test flight. All right, we're going to start out with a control surface check. Then we're going to do a taxi and brake test. And then we'll take it for its first test flight in the fog. Alright, I gotta turn the sound down on the craft, because these are gonna be noisy as shit. All right, control surface check as the engines come up. All right, looking good, feeling good, sounding good, smelling good. All right, taxi and brake check. All right, we got to move the main gear back a little bit. As soon as those engines start thrusting. The nose comes off the ground. The unducted fans, dude, they were testing that shit back in the 80s and 90s. They even did a kind of like a public test on them, and the public thought they were too noisy. But I mean, I think the newer ones aren't nearly as noisy as the older ones were. But yeah, there's a mod that I used to use that had unducted fans. UDFs. Okay, let's try this again. All right. Taxi and brake test. Okay. Correct, yeah, and that they keep updating. All right, this time let's not use the thrust reversers with the brakes at the same time, because man, did you see that nose wheel went wink? And if it was a motorcycle, that's called a low slide, a low side. But this is why we do testing like this, though, is because imagine if we were coming in for our first flight, right? And that happened. That would be all bad. Alright, this time we're just gonna go to idle on the engines and hit the brakes. It still doesn't like it. Alright, so this time what we'll do is thrust reversers. And then once we get slower, we'll turn on the brakes. That's not thrust reversers. Shit. I hit the wrong key. I hit flaps instead. Hey, Jeb is still getting checked out on this plane, so mistakes are likely to happen. Well, we know it wants to fly. I mean, it really wants to fly. All right, let's take it for a simulated test flight. I think it's got some power. What do you think? Yeah, I forgot to do that. You know Jeb, he's got to be Jeb. God damn, dude. Now this thing has got some serious power. Now granted, we're not carrying any cargo or anything else on board yet. But at 650 meters, we're doing 570 knots and accelerating. Geez, nearly 600 knots on the deck with an hour and a half of flight time. Quirt, just me. Yeah, I don't have the mod installed that gives you ILS. ILS. There is one though that does give you ILS. Yeah, that we don't have either. Now this plane has a ton of lift. And power. Well, even most like cargo planes or like passenger planes, if you strip all that shit out, they actually have some get up and boogie. And Maki, yes, finally bigger engines. Won't really be able to fly any faster, but we can do more. Quirt, you can just say I like to fly. You know, the other thing I could do to help a little bit, but the center mass will move more, is turn these into fuel tanks. Right now, this section right here is just structural. I didn't want to do it here because obviously it's where the landing gear connect, but I could put fuel tanks there. I don't remember if I've ever asked you this sort of, what is Quirt for? Because obviously, I mean, it's all caps except for the I. So what is that? What is that? Where'd you get that? What's that from? Mach 0.9. Oh, okay. I have asked you that once before. Now that you mentioned, now that you said like your old BBS, it makes more sense now. I'm starting to remember. Oh, back from dial-up days, early dial-up days. Yeah, we're cruising at Mach 0.9. We have 3.5 hours of flight time currently. I bet I can get more out of it. As I said, I can swap these to fuel tanks. This thing already has a lot of fuel on board. All right, now for the real test. How does it land? What plane is that, Quart? (737) NG 800. I think it's really good roll authority. And we're fully stable on 4x fizz warp. Can't see shit. Yeah, where's my ILS now? My center left is still too far back. We should easily be able to fly with more speed than this without this much deflection. And it should be able to fly at a lot slower than this. Yep, Pappy says we're high, which is quite obvious. Almost have too much roll. Oh, don't do it. Don't you do it. His landing gear is still not really happy. I think it's the nose. The nose wheel is not happy. There's a lot of mass on the nose. This thing weighs over 20 tons. Even though most of the mass is on the wheels back here, plus the airplane plus wheels are all kind of. And this. I want this to be up there. Even if I rotated the wings forward 15 degrees, it still doesn't move the center lift up much. Yeah, well, they're also significantly more reliable than they ever used to be, too. Lighter mass, everything. A lot of composites in construction now. Alright, reload it. This is a problem. Not sure that actually helped. And it's not like I can just move the whole wing box forward because it moves the center of mass with it. How much does this cockpit weigh? Part of the reason this weighs over 1.5 tons. The cockpit is very heavy. The only thing else that's that heavy is like the engines. Bringing them back helps pull it back, the center mass back a little bit. But I'd rather sit the center of lift go forward than the center mass go back. It nearly has no effect. Just do it. It's time for canards. Even that's not really going to help me because the amount of to get that to move. And the reason being is the center of lift on these wings is in the wrong location. Even that's not enough. I would need them out here. See, the problem is, as I said, the bulk of the lift is going to be done in this first third of the wing. But KSP has it come from the middle length of the part. So the center of lift from these wings is like way back here. Right? And in reality, it should be up here. Time for a massive handlebar mustache. Quirt for what mod for Kerbal? So what's up, J-Speed? What are you up to this evening? Quirt, it'll get deleted. I have to turn links off in chat. You can put it in Discord. Yeah, plop it in Discord. Or you can just message me on Discord and I'll see it. JSP's, what's on the menu for dinner? I think we're doing quarter-pound beef hot dogs tonight. Oh, the A380 mod. Okay, for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Some kind of chicken you haven't been told yet. So you're not cooking dinner. It doesn't really need a canard mustache. It's just that as I said, the center of lift of this is it's in the wrong location on the wings. Oh, you are. You're waiting on the order. Okay. I mean, that's the whole reason we even put this in here. Right, which are the big ass delta wings, is to help pull that center lift forward. But I mean, look what I'd have to do to even with these big ass delta wings to get the center lift where I want it. I mean, the comedy alone might be worth it. Yeah, the plane has a hat. Yeah. mean, I didn't really even want to do that, but look how far back that center of lift is without it, without the, without those. I said the center of lift is in a wrong spot on the wings, and I don't know if you can even change that. I think it's just I think it's inherent with the way just the when you assign properties to the part, it always goes to the middle of that part. All right, center mass is roughly where it should be. It's the center of lift that's too far back. I mean, even moving the main wing forward. Right, I mean, it's, yeah, that's not, can't do that. Yeah, no, I need eyebrow windows. Even that won't work. These don't generate not enough lift compared to this. There's not enough ratio. Plus, this opens there, so it'll block the door. It won't open this way. It's easier to pull the center of mass back than it is to pull the center lift forward, but I need the center, I really need the center lift come forward. Mirrorless, very high takeoff and landing speeds. Right, and a more control surface deflection, creating more drag. The biggest issue is takeoff and landing. Right, the takeoff and landing, I mean, it's literally on nearly 20 meters a second difference. Because you're flying it from the tail, really, instead of the main wing. Yeah, we already tested it. Taking off, we can get off the ground, but landing, ugh. Big enough. I'm gonna need a bigger elevators than those anyway. Even playing with the angle of incidence of the tail wing, it doesn't really help. And this is with 5 degrees angle of incidence too. It really it didn't really bring this forward any. Don't worry, I'm not gonna do it. I mean, that would put it where we need it. Well, man, it's not that they're further aft. I need them to come further forward. I mean, and this is, you know, we can't do this. This is ridiculous. Even doing that with the wings. And just not having them swept so much. Would be a massive help. Have to find something to fill this gap. This is what I don't like about the pre-swept wings with Kerbal. Right, as I said, the center of lift is in the wrong, is always on all of them, it's the wrong spot. Right, even if you're using, you know, this wing. Right, the one that most people use all the time for things. This one. These are these have the same problem. Their center of lift is in the wrong spot relative to what the wing would really do. Right, it's always from the middle of the part, which is not how a wing works. Right, wings have more lift at the root and less as you go out towards the wingtips. E-Dub! What's up, E-Dub? Oh shit, we're gonna have to call it here. Because I gotta take Munchkin to the park before it gets dark. And it gets dark so stupid early now. Alright, I'm gonna save that because we'll just have to continue working on that another time. What's going on, E-Dub? How you doing today? Well, we got a couple contracts done. Yes, very much so. Alright, I'm gonna warp to the next morning just so we can get out of that fog. Much better. There we go. Alright, I'm thinking about I may or may not stream again later this evening. If I do, I think we're gonna do a re-entry, which is what we were supposed to be doing earlier today. Alright, but I'm gonna call it quits there. Plus, we're almost 5 hours in. That's a pretty good stream today. Alright, all the new follows today, much appreciated. And if you have not done so already, please hit that follow button for me. That'll helps me, keep going. Alright, this will be uploaded to YouTube. It probably won't be ready until tomorrow morning, but I'll upload it this evening. So if you want to see where we started and how we got to where we are, the first 6 episodes are up on YouTube. We do move a little bit slow. I have everything set up at 50% science, so we don't unlock things as fast as what you would in a normal game. And as you can tell, I spend a lot of time designing stuff. Right, I put a lot of thought and effort because that way we can keep using it for a really long time. Right, and I do the same thing once we really start getting into rockets. Once we have better parts unlocked to make them a little bit more permanent, the designs, and I create families of rockets. I go into a lot of the detail and a lot of fine tuning and all of that. So it's everything is very stable. All my aircraft are extremely stable, easy to fly, with the exception of the new Hilo, but we're fine tuning it. We're getting it there. All right, but without further ado, with all that, once again, veterans, I salute you. And anything else? Anything else? Who's else is up and running today, actually? Linux is up and running. He's doing a modding stream. All right, we're gonna go hang out with my man Linux. All right, you guys all know Linux. If you mods Kerbal Space Program, you know who Linux is. All right, but you guys have a great morning, great night, great afternoon, great whatever it is, where it may be. I'll see you guys next time. Until then, fly dangerous. But we're gonna go hang out with Linux Guru Gamer, and I'll see you guys later. Have a good night, everybody, and thank you again.
Oh shit, there goes the channel. Rocketology just raided with 33 odd ones.
Hello, Rocketology, and thank you so much for the raid. Let me give you a shout out. So I guess I believe I saw that you were doing